Do-do-do-do. All right, let's see, people. Let's see. Now that we're back at it. Cool. Yeah. Maybe I will quit my day of woodworking to become a rapper. All right, so those are customers. And there's one more that's a customer, actually. This one is a customer. So let's check out these knife blades. All right, what do we got here? Okay, so this is the hunting knife blank. Dope. Now, I didn't go crazy on quality this time because I wanted to be able to just soak up a bunch of this scrap wood. So I ended up buying kind of a lot of knife blanks so I can play around with it, and then when people want some knives or custom ones and stuff like that, they can let me know and I can get them some higher quality ones. All of these are going to need a nice sharpening. So this one's not a full tang. That's all right. I think what we're going to end up doing is figuring out a way that we can really make sure that this guy's secure on the inside of a handle. That's pretty cool because it's got the gut hook. It also did come with this golden guy, but I think that I don't like it. I'd rather have just wood than this going up to it, you know? Not a big fan of those kind of things, but two of these knives have them installed, and there's nothing we can do about it. So, is what it is. But for this one, I'm not going to use it. Don't like it. Okay, let's see what this one is. Ooh, this one is the Damascus, fake Damascus, I'm sure, because like I said, these knives were so cheap. So let's see. It's all oily. Doesn't strike me as real Damascus. I mean, it could be. I don't think it's real Damascus though, for the price that I paid for this guy. Like I said, I just wanted to one, I don't really know how to make knives that well. I mean, I made a beautiful one for my first one, but I've only made one before, so I still have a lot to kind of learn. It's not the prettiest of Damascus. It's very sharp though, but it's not the prettiest. The other Damascus blade that I made, which was the first knife I ever made, was like a super, super pretty Damascus. This one is not, but that's because the other one was 5 times the price, so it makes sense as to why. Okay, but we have that as a choice as well, Damascus, so we can use that one today if we wanted to. I don't mind. I do have a guy who wanted a Damascus blade though with this type of Perota wood as the handle. So we might do this one with just Perota. That's what I did on my first knife, and it was gorgeous. Okay, this one feels nice. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of these gold parts, but some people like them. So obviously I just can't be making everything for me, or can I? But I can't. I thought that they would be removable, and on two of them they are not removable. So we're gonna end up making that with that. What's up? Someone's in here. Hello, hello. Welcome to the room. Ooh, little guy. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. Okay, and this one needs completely sharpened. It's not sharpened. Oh no, it's sharp. This one's cool. Just a little guy. Nothing crazy, but also got that gold. Man, this is a tiny knife. I wonder what, maybe skinning? That's a really, really small knife. I think I have 3 knives that are kind of small like this one, but that is tiny. And then there's like some that are just like gigantic. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So this is the other one. Same exact knife. I got 2 of those. So it'd be maybe we start off with one of these and make a handle for one of these guys. That way, once people come in here and start saying stuff in the chat about what they want to see, we can make their knives for them. So there's those. Oh, cool. That's cool. A little bigger. It's got a nice resting point for the thumb. That's going to be cool when I integrate the handle into that. We are going to drill these holes out a little bigger, and we're going to use wooden dowels because everything I'm going to make on these guys is going to be wood. I am a little concerned with these gold because they're definitely not real gold. Probably just some kind of gold plating, of course. And my concern is that when I go to sand, I'm going to turn them silver. So I might tape them up because I would like silver anyways more, but I might tape some up and keep the gold for people as well. That's a nice big one. I think that's going to be cool. I think people are going to like to see that one being made. All right, and we got 3 more blades in here. So let's open those up and see what they're about. Maybe I should keep these plastic tips on them though. Not a bad idea to keep myself a little protected. I am going to end up just taping them off as well. All right, let's see what these 3 are. A little less of intense packaging. Oh, cool. Yes, this is the ones that I wanted. I want the medium size though. That should be next. So another small knife. That's pretty cool though. It's going to be a little too small for me at the end of the day. But one, it's going to be nice actually. These are supposed to be skinning knives. So someone's really going to enjoy this as well. But they are little handles. So we'll see how well that plays out. But it's got a nice groove up here where you put your finger at the end of the day so you can skin. And then it should just go up in size from there. This is more my style. A little bit bigger sized medium. That's the one that I would probably be a fan of having at the end of the day. I mean, I would like the regular knives as well. This Damascus one, I know for a fact I'm going to like it. I love that kind of look with the wood. And this one as well is a great size. So it looks like we've got 3 smaller blades right now. And then we've got these guys. And then let's see this one. Holy shit. That's crazy. Who the hell wants that? That's nuts. I mean, look at how big that is. That's, you know, 3 times my hand. And these blades are not sharpened yet on these 3. So there's no edge. It's just kind of, it's been rounded or filed down a little bit and sanded, but there's no real edge yet. So we will, I'll end up sharpening these later on, of course, to get a nice edge on them. But for now, that's perfect for me while I'm working with them. So that is a monster. Holy crap. That's like the frickin' crocodile hunter's knife. All right. So, since no one's here and no one wants to talk to me, what we can do is pick up our own knives and make our own design. We'll make that first one for Mickey Mouse. And we also have the cutting boards to do, so we could jump over onto the cutting boards and get those going as well if we wanted to. But I really do want to get these knives going. It should be fun. So we're gonna pick a knife and then we'll go from there on that. Hello, hello. Let's see, hold on one second. Gonna grab my water. All right, let's do this. Whoa, hello, 4 people. Okay, so who wants to talk? Who wants to pick out a knife? I want to make one of these knives. Today we're gonna make the handles for them. So 3 of you guys who were watching before had me make different blanks for you guys for the handles. So once those people return, actually 4 people did, they'll get to choose a knife and we'll make that handle for them. But I want them to choose what kind of knife they want to see integrated with their handle. So right now I just need someone to kind of decide on a knife blade that we are going to make a handle for. We can even pick some woods. I do have a couple of like little designs that are ready to go, and then of course we've got like just some we've got some hardwoods that are just a standard color as well, so we can always do a just solid color if we wanted to. And then I just got done making some more cutting boards as well, so I do have a couple of different cut-offs from those cutting boards that I can turn into knife handles. So, which one of you guys wants to see a knife? Maybe you're French and don't want to say anything in the chat. Bonjour, je m'appelle Brandon. Enchanté. This one's the gut hook, so this is going to be a hunting knife. I'm excited about that one as well. The only thing I don't like about this one is that it's not a full tang, and I enjoy making the full tang knives, but I guess it'll be cool to see one made out of this as well. But for right now, we just need someone to make a choice for me. If not, I'm gonna have to make one myself. But I think that we might make one of these small ones first to start or something like that if nobody's saying anything. I might make one of these guys because these look pretty cool. Maybe I can get this paper off with some acetone. And then Damascus has been taken by one of my subs. He really wants this Damascus blade. I don't know if you should get this one though. Or I mean, I might give it to him because it's not like a great quality Damascus. I don't think this is real Damascus. The one that I ordered last time was 5 times as expensive, and there's an obvious reason now that I see this one as to why it was 5 times as expensive. Because this one just doesn't strike me as a real Damascus blade. The other one for sure was, but this one is it's got some weird looks to it. All right. So I think, like I said, I'm just trying to get the oil off of this guy. This is, if it is real Damascus, it is garbage quality. But all of these blades are not the highest of quality right now. I just wanted to get several of them so that I could make a few knives instead of just making one right now again. But if anyone wants a like custom knife quality and stuff like that in the future, I'm gonna make sure that we buy them, proper blades and the highest of quality, because that's what I like to build, is quality stuff. But this is I'm very new to making knives, so I just want to take as many as I can and practice. Cool. All right, so there's 3 of you. There's at least 2 of you in here. Someone's in here. And maybe you guys want to pick something wood-wise. I'm gonna have to pick one, which I'm fine with. Maybe something like this. Oh, that would be a nice look. We could do that. Maybe we do, what do you guys think? Yes? No? Taking this one where it's a majority of the brown, which is a Perota wood, super gorgeous wood. Majority of the Perota on top, it'll have that nice white stripe going through it, and then some Paduke orange to kind of pull it together as well. We could do something like that. That'd be a good look. Maybe a majority. If I did right here, then we would have majority brown, and then we would just have this tail end, which would be Paduke, which I think would be pretty cool. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me show you. Who's here? Hey, what's going up? What's going on? What's going on? First person in the chat. That means you, my friend, get to choose. The other day, I was making like we had some of the community, the crew, in chat, and we had different people making blanks, or I was making them, but they were choosing colors, patterns, all that kind of stuff. So this one belongs to Rhinestone Suzanne. This one belongs to Not Your Average Woodworkings, and this one belongs to Mineheart. So, dude, that sounds awesome. I feel like I'm kind of retired too. Not gonna lie. This is all I do now is work in my garage and build things and stuff like that. So, luckily for me, I sold my company in Ohio and moved out here, and now I'm getting to woodwork and follow my dream in that sense. So, trying to make it. Haven't made a dime off of this business yet, but I'm getting stuff ready for market, and I feel like I'm finally gonna make some money here in a little bit, a couple weeks time, I think so. But since you're the first one in, man, I think I'm gonna start with making just this one of these little knives, but it's up to you. I have all of these knife blanks that came in, so I'm trying to right now. I'm just trying to pick out like which knife I want to make. You know, this one's already for a customer. Customer. It's my best friend in Ohio. So I'm gonna hold these up for you for a second, real quick. And oh, yeah, that's hard to do. Maybe I can just hold them like this. Any one of these catching your eye that you'd like to see me build? We'll call it 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one would you want? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Or Gigantor. Look at how big this thing is, dude. That's crazy. I don't even know who would want that, but it came. So the second one from the left right now. Yes, I like that one too. All right. Second one. I think this one is an awesome knife. I think I'm gonna buy more of these. I really like the swoop design, and the size on it is way more appropriate, if you ask me, than some of these others. So, all right, number 2, it is. We're gonna make that now. I do have a couple different options I guess we could roll with. So, so this is gonna be the knife then, and we'll do the same thing that I did for the other people. Let me put these over on the side real quickly. Luckily for me, none of them are really sharp right now. Oh, this is awesome, dude. These knife blanks just came in today, and I'm super excited to start making them. So, dude, that one knife is just way too big. That's funny. Okay, so you picked number 2. I believe this is the choice that you went with. Good choice. It's one of my favorites, actually. So, the only thing I'm not sure about is the gold on here. I'm not too big of a fan of the gold, you know. So, my options here are to, one, either kind of try and knock it off of there and get it off, or use it. That's also always an option. Or the other one that I kind of think I might do is, if I sand it down, it's just gold plate. I'm positive on that. I'm sure it's going to be the stainless steel underneath it. So that's the one you chose. Now we need to find a wood that we can use. I mean, we could do Perota. So this is the Perota if you wanted to go with just like a solid color on the wood. We also have, these are from the cutting boards that I was just making. So I'll show you those. So here I was just making cutting boards. I still need to do the handles, juice grooves, all of that kind of stuff. But today I just got them flattened down and cut the excess pieces off afterwards. So I have those, and we can use those, of course, for the handles. Well, that would be a good piece already right there. So we could use Perota, same wood. If you want solid colors, we could do solid colors, you know. These guys are taken, spoken for. This one is not. This is cut off from some phone holders that I made, but we could do something pretty cool where it's got kind of maybe 2 colors going through it, white and brown, or white and the orange, the Paduke and the cedar, or the Perota. So these 2 are the same wood in the middle there. So right now I'm just kind of giving you some options, and you tell me which one you would kind of like to see color-wise on there. Of course, we've got Purple Heart that I can go ahead and cut down as well from back there. I do have some teak as well, so we could do a solid teak. And then, of course, we've got the classic black, pretty much Wenge. After you put the oil on it, it really turns black. And what else do we have? We've got so many options. Here's another kind of cut off from some boxes I was making earlier. This one would be pretty cool because it's got Wenge, cedar, and Paroca or Perota. So we could do something kind of where it's all in the middle with the dark, light, and brown. That would be pretty cool. The two color browns or the last one. Okay, let's go ahead and eliminate the last one then. Just because it's just solid Wenge. I think you're right about the two color browns being super, super cool for this one. And this one's going to be stripe pattern, meaning that I would most likely lay the blade across it this way. So we would have like a vertical grain instead of horizontal. And I do think that I enjoy the horizontal grains more because you get way more of that brown throughout the knife. So you want to roll with this one, or would you rather have the horizontal stripes or the vertical stripes going through it on that guy? And for this one we could do yeah, I think it would be nice with this stripe kind of running through the middle of the blade per se, you know? So we could do something like that. This one? Horizontal. Okay. I might have lied. Let's see what we can work out here. Do I have another piece of that? Because we could do something. That's too thin. Let's see. I just noticed that this guy might be too short. It's just the cutoff that I had. For this one, it might fit onto this knife, but even on that, it's kind of pushing it. Let me see with marking center. Okay, so I'm most likely going to have to save this guy then because the tang is too long on this one for me to get the two pieces out of it. I would only get 1.5. I'm letting you down, aren't I? And then this is too thin. As you can see, this one's 10 millimeters and this one's the cutoff from the other one and it's 5 millimeters. I think that's just going to be too thin. It's not going to feel right in your hands. Hold on 1 minute. Because sometimes I got just some little scrappers laying around that could work for this. Not today though, not today, not on that one. Those are already finished, I should keep those. All right, I lied. Even this one would be too short for this guy. Yep. So these guys are going to have to go into the smaller one. Unless I think we can do something. All right. No, these are two different ones. They look the same, but they're two different woods in the center here. I'm letting you down. Yep, I think you're right. Because this one I can cut down and run through the table saw real quick, and then we'll have our pieces for it. So I think you're right. I think you're right. That'll be cool too. So that's kind of how long we needed at the end of the day. Actually, you know what we might be able to do? We're gonna do that. If I cut this guy right in half right here, we can get all three of these dark lines onto the handle, and that's gonna look nice. So I just need to cut this guy pretty much right here. See? We make things work. That's what we have to do sometimes. Cool. So I think what we can do now, look at that. There we go. So we'll kind of have a stripe up front with the white, majority of white in the back handle here, and then the butt of the knife will be in pure Wenge. And that's awesome because Wenge, they're both hardwoods. This is a beech wood, and this is the Wenge, but Wenge is just so dense and hard, so it's going to be nice to have it up front and in the back. Cool. And it's got that cool grain, kind of makes it look like a Damascus, you know, at the end of the day. Oh, like this one. Check this one out. I was making some cheese knives. I made some cheese knives the other day, and this one right here is the Wenge, and I think it's cool because it gives it that Damascus look on the blade. And then we have the Peroda running through the middle with the cedars on the outsides. Freaking cool for a cheese knife, though. That's awesome. So I just need to do another layer of tung oil to this guy, and then that's good to go. Okay. So now we got our decision made. Let's get these other guys out of the way. And then I believe no matter what, we need that front to be that size, but I think it was about, let's measure the other knife, find out exactly. This one feels super nice in the hand, like handle wise. I like it. And it's actually about the same length and everything as this one. So I can go ahead and take the measurement off this handle here because it's a really nice handle feel, and we will cut down that piece to the same size. So we're sitting, it's right at 10. Okay, right at 10. We're gonna have to just do small passes on this guy until we get to our final height. It's gonna be nicer if I keep it further away from the blade, actually. Retirement, man. Retirement sounds lovely. What do you like to do then? Got any hobbies yourself to take your time up now? Okay. Get these out of here. Nice. I think that's gonna be my my main hobby for the rest of my life. That and archery. I love archery. Actually, we should keep this out because I'm gonna need it in a bit. That's a cool block. It's so hard for me to throw away scrap. Like I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this tiny block of wood that's left over, but I can't throw it away. So we're gonna put them in our little scrap pile. All right, let's get some glasses. Ah, you shoot the pew pew machines? Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and that's awesome. Yeah, I like shooting as well. I don't own any guns though. I've always had archery. My mom didn't like guns back in the day, so that's why I jumped into archery, and always been archery since then. Okay, so there's one side. That'll be awesome. Yeah, I really don't like these black or gold things up front on the knives. That's all right. Figure something out for it. Yeah, crossbows are strong. I shoot compounds and longbow, and my compound bow is ridiculously strong. That's cool. So I was able to get 3 pieces at 10 millimeters, which is awesome. Yeah, I love it. It's a big time hobby of mine. And out here, there's a lot of boar hunting. So I've been able to go boar hunting quite a bit. And the rut for the deer comes up here soon. I think it's like this month actually. So I'm pretty excited about that. And they have the red stag out here, which is kind of like smaller than an elk, but larger than a whitetail. And I'm excited about that. I'm really excited to go and hunt some of those. Yeah, I think this is gonna be sweet. Give it a nice quick little sand, just some 80 grit. That side's already sanded. That side's also already sanded. I guess I could have actually just used one. I don't know why I'm doing 3. Because on this one I can do a top and a bottom. So I can save these for other knives. So I guess I have some more knives if we want. Okay, so let's go ahead and try and carve this guy out a little bit, just a little bit to get it going. Yeah, absolutely. Like I don't uh I don't really recommend many tools to people. Cause like for me, I think like that whole name brand battle is a huge thing. I remember one of my employees in Ohio was a big time Milwaukee guy, and everything I have is DeWalt. And so he would always be like, "Get that shit out of here." Like if I would give him one of my tools or whatever, he'd be like, "Get that trash out of here." And I was like, "Dude, they're both great brands. Like get over yourself with your red Milwaukee." And so I never really recommend tools to people, but that Beaver sander, I think I bought it for like 60 or 7. I forget what the price on it. Don't hold me to that. Awesome. I mean, I stopped using. I have my DeWalt sander over there. Don't even touch it. It hasn't been out of the case in a long time, and it's brand new. I mean, brand new. And I don't even touch it anymore because it's that good. I love that, love that, love that frickin' Beaver sander. For the price point, it's phenomenal, and it came with the option to have the like 5-inch disc. I think it's 5-inch or it's 155 millimeters, whatever. And so it came with that option and came with another option. Am I missing a key? All right. Gonna have to find that later. Anyways, there's a key on the keyboard missing, but Yeah, I don't use anything but that Beaver at this point, so it's awesome. All right, so I need to get this guy scraped off. We can just use this to scrape it. Put some acetone and the Dremel first. 6 inch, exactly. So I think it's 6 and 4. And it comes with both of those pads. And at this point, I just buy all 6-inch pads. I haven't bought 4-inch in a while. And I did just buy, so I'll show you actually real quick. And it made a huge difference. Costs a little more, but I think it's worth it so far. So, like, I go on Amazon for the sandpaper because the stores here don't offer that many types and stuff. But I bought this kit, which is just like a, cheap ass Amazon kind of sandpaper with a bunch of grits. Worked great to start, and I still use some of it. But the problem with this kit is the fact that like I really use like 80, 120, and then maybe like 150 and 240. So like these other grits I really don't run into that often, and then I'm just left with like a huge stack at the end of the day that I don't use. But I switched over just recently to the 3M extract. So it's definitely a lot more costly on the sandpaper, but I got to, so this one is the 80 grit, and they call theirs like an 80 plus or something. But dude, this sandpaper makes a huge difference with like the material removal, the speed, everything like that. Like it's legit. So it's like the Cubitron 3M, and I bought 80, 120, 180, and 240, and I bought it comes in a 50 pack. So, and they're usually around 20 to 30 euros for the box. But I was sanding with this guy on those cutting boards that I just made. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to switch over and try out the 3M that I purchased because that's what I bought it for. And night and day, dude. Night and day on the speed of removal and the quality also at the end of the day of how it looked afterwards. I'm impressed, and I'm going to stick with using that. It is definitely more costly, but sanding is one of those things like I do it so much. I'd rather have a good product for that. So that one I definitely also I guess would recommend the 3M for because it makes a huge difference. Makes a huge difference. All right, so we need to clean this blade off, and then I'll show you a little thing that I like to do that I don't know how necessary it is, but it makes me sleep better at night, so I do it. I take the Dremel and we'll put a different bit on it, and I kind of scour the material out in this area, and then I do the same on the wood, little indentations. And the reason for that is so that the epoxy that I'm going to use to put these pieces together um, ends up having space, so I don't squeeze it all out at the end of the day. And I feel like it's gonna, like in my head, gonna give it more grab and surface area and things like that. So I've been doing it. I don't know if it's necessary. Don't ask me that, but I do know that it makes me feel better about it. So I'm going to continue to do it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Your French is excused. No, it made a huge difference. Like today was my first time using it, and I was like, holy shit. Okay, I get it. And it was after I saw a video on YouTube, like going into depth on sandpapers. And that one was the top tier one that won the, you know, they tested a bunch of sandpapers, removal over the course of like 30 minutes, etc. Like put it through stress tests, all that. And this one just won on every single one. So yeah, and the dust extraction, which gives you a better finish at the end of the day. At the end of the day, here we go. Yeah, so I'm going to continue to use that for sure. I think this is the one that I used. Guess it wouldn't really matter because it's just about getting a little surface area. Kind of feel like I'm jumping all over right now. That's normal. That's normal. Oh, I'm gonna do my little trick for the Dremel. It worked well last time. So I don't have like a good place to hang my Dremel and kind of like work. So I took a clamp and I put it right here. I'm gonna adjust this table as well, get us in a better seated position for it. On the when I'm working with the Dremel, it's nice to sit on the corner of the table, so hopefully that doesn't look too awkward for you. But I like sitting on the corner here. So I took a clamp. Yeah, that looks fine. I took a clamp, and then on the Dremel, I take this guy out. Using the I use the Dremel quite a bit with my construction jobs to like fix little things around the house and whatnot. But I never used it much other than that. So now I'm using it quite often, and it's quite awesome. So that's what I've been doing, and it makes a huge difference with like holding this out of the way and stuff like that. So neat little trick if you have a clamp to just hold this guy up out of the way for you and let you kind of work on things. So like when I go to round over the handles and everything, once it's on here, this is the trick that I do. Right? See all the woodworking guys, and we're all mostly the same. Habits, things you do. Yeah. I think it's completely normal to just be jumping around. Especially like in woodworking and in like these projects and stuff like that. Sometimes you have to like do, you know, you're like, okay, now I need to go and do this step before I can move on and get on to the next step and that kind of stuff. So jumping around seems to be quite normal in this field. All right, so I think I can, yeah, I think it's fine actually. All right, so pretty much I just have like this small little bit on here right now. Might help to actually plug the system in. And I'll show you what I'm kind of doing here because, and I don't know if it's necessary, but like I said, it makes me sleep better at night, makes me feel good. So I just end up taking this small bit and kind of doing little grooves throughout this knife blade and stuff like that, just to give that epoxy another place to sit, so that when I clamp this wood onto here and let that epoxy cure, I know that there's still some left between the wood and the steel. So I think it helps. Makes me sleep at night. That's all that matters. Sounds logical to me too. I don't know if it's necessary though, because I'm driving pins through it at the end of the day too, and but I don't think it's hurting anything either, because I'm not taking off so much material to where I risk going through the knife or anything like that. I'm just kind of giving some groove for that epoxy to grab in more. Sounds logical to me too. Yeah, simple. It takes just a couple seconds, and like you said, I think it helps because I'm increasing the surface area at the end of the day for the epoxy and giving it kind of an area to fall into, so I don't squeeze it all out. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing crazy. It's just, like I said, just a little bit of kind of grooves. And the thought process behind that is, and I do the same thing on the wood piece, is so that the epoxy kind of has somewhere else to sit, and that way when I clamp on the wood, it doesn't just go through. But is it necessary? Probably not. Does it make me feel better? Absolutely. And then I'm going to end up drilling these holes out. I like to have a little bit bigger because I'm doing a wooden dowel, and we'll have to also pick a dowel color. So we could bring in another color if we wanted to, or we could do the dark brown or the white or something like that to kind of make it disappear, whatever we want to do. Or we do no dowels on this one and just get away with it. But yeah, that's up to us. Usually what I'll end up doing is once I get these guys glued on here, um, I bring it over to the drill press and drill through and put my dowels in afterwards. I'll cut some dowels out, all that kind of stuff. So, and then all of this we're gonna sand down at the end and make it super, super shiny instead of having this kind of crappy material. Like I said, these are not the highest of quality, but I wanted to have a bunch of them to make, you know. So I think it was worth it to go this route where I bought several of them just to start because I'm not a professional knife maker, but they turned out great, the ones I've made so far. So I have no doubt that this one's going to turn out great as well. Um, this is where you got to be careful. I'm going to cut them out first because if I was about to do this to this and on this is a left side and this is a right side. So one of these needs to be ground down on this side. I've done that before. I guess I can grind one while I'm here, but I'm not gonna do both. And on this, I just stay away from the edge. Like I said, this isn't completely necessary on this, but I think it'll help. And on the wood, the epoxy is going to definitely just seep into the wood. So just slightly do it on here. Why not? All right, let's cut this out with the jigsaw real quick. Then we can do the other side and mix up some 5-minute. Wish I had a bandsaw though. That's the one that I could really use as a bandsaw. Especially with this Wenge, you're going to see it's going to give me a hard time cutting it. Bandsaw would be nice. I'm just going to take it easy on it. And hopefully this other blade will go through, but I've had trouble with these Bosch clean cuts. Let's see if this goes through. If not, I'm gonna have to switch to the more aggressive one, which I really don't want to do, but it's what I had to do last time. No, they're Presh. I can't. This is like I couldn't find many good clamp options around here. I had to get these off of Amazon, but they're good quality. The Presh, I think. This Wenge is super, super tough wood. All right, got two little handles so far. Yeah, yeah, that's appropriate. Nice. Presh, parsley. Presh. And apparently they're a really good brand over here in Europe. So they're more, apparently they're the more high quality brand, I guess. But I am a little, I like things to kind of match sometimes. I didn't buy it because of Viver too much. I mean, I have Viver, a lot of Viver stuff. But the clamps that they had in the store, I think they were called like Woodcroft or something like that. I don't know. They were like blue and yellow and gray, like all mixed in one, and it was just too much for me. I was like, that is just ugly. Like I wanted nothing to do with those clamps. So I literally was like, I will do whatever I have to not buy those clamps because they were so ugly and they didn't go with anything in my shop. And then I found these and I was like, well, I do have a lot of Beaver, so at least they kind of match, you know? Nice. So it's oversized right now, and that's so that I can bring it to the drum sander afterwards and really get it just down to the metal and make sure that we're, you know, nice and smooth at that point. Okay, so that side's good. And then this one's going to go here. So we want to clean up this side a little bit. Clean up. All right, cool. We're getting somewhere, man. Yeah, no, not alone. Not alone. The other, I don't know who would buy. They look like toys. They look like little children toys, and they're supposed to be clamps, you know, for a wood shop. And I'm like, Jesus, why would you guys do that to your own company? Because they look like kids' toys, you know? Like that's what I was telling my wife. I was like, I'm not gonna buy them because they look like freaking a 4-year-old's clamps. All right, so some 5-minute epoxy. Still got some left over. Got one more tube. Perfect. So we got that. Let's get out a little piece of parchment paper. So mix this up on. And then we should get out 2 clamps. And that's enough for this guy. Okay. Yeah, same here. Same here. Now if you had like all green, I guess like if green is your favorite color kind of thing, then why not, you know? But no, I'm not introducing green into my shop other than the shop towels. You can't, nobody cares about that. It's not a tool. It's a one-time use kind of thing. Actually, this thing burns up a lot of epoxy, so I'm not going to use it this time. I'm just gonna squirt it out and mix it myself, because that tube, you know, wastes quite a bit of epoxy. Nice little Wenge stir stick action. Perfect. Okay, make sure that we're all set to go. Guess I can hold this guy down real quick. Just to make sure they're a little cleaned up. Yeah, this tube just like it eats up so much epoxy that I'm not going to use. I need to clean it up. Come on. There we go. I think I might need some more epoxy though, actually. Better to have too much than not enough. That was good for this side. I wasn't prepared. This epoxy sets, even though it's 5-minute epoxy, man, it sets way faster than that. So I'm on a time crunch. Yeah, it's already getting hard on that spot. Oops. Oh, this is 1 minute. That's why. Yep. That's all right. We're gonna do just fine. This is the part where I just need to make sure everything's semi-lined up. And as long as everything is inside, so you'll see, like for me, like as long as that metal isn't protruding from the wood anywhere, once I take it over to the drum sander, I'm going to be just fine. So I'm going to start to take a little bit of this epoxy out of the way, but everything looks lined up pretty nicely, and it's pushed up against the front pretty nicely. It's going to look good. Make sure it's really seated in there. Cool. Yeah, it's going to be cool. I think I'm definitely a fan of the more like neutral tone, especially on like the knives, like just brown and white. Then adding all the other colors. I like the simplicity behind the brown and white at the end of the day. It looks really, really nice. All right. Yeah. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I guess the nice part about this epoxy too is that it's so fast setting that we should be able to get on to sanding in a little while here. Because this backside that we put on first is already pretty hard. Just trying to get as much as I can off so it doesn't gunk up my sandpaper. Nice. Let that sit for a second. Yeah, we'll let it dry for a bit. Coffee sounds pretty good. I might go make one as well. Oh, hello, Zimmy. Good morning, good morning. Did you see it? Michael, actually, if you're still there, I'll show you the blades that came, and then you can choose the blade for your knife. I think for yours you said you wanted to just go with straight up Perota wood. This guy. So now I will say these are not the highest of quality blades, all right? I wanted to get bulk kind of on these today, and so I could make a bunch of them out of my scrap wood. Dude, look at this. Look at this monster, though. I didn't know it was that big. It came in a 3-pack, so it had 3 different sizes. This one, they're skinning knives, is what they said, like a beaver skinning knife or whatever. This one I like because it's a good size, and I could see. And for skinning, this one is actually feels really nice because you can kind of keep your finger on that groove area, you know, and you could use that really, really nicely. So I think this one's going to be cool to have in my hunting bag. And then I got these ones are also same thing, Skinners, 2 smaller ones. And then there's the Damascus one. Pretty cool, but this is definitely a cheaper Damascus. Like the first Damascus blade that I made for Cecile's dad was way nicer. It was also 5 times the cost of this one, so that's why. But this one looks cool, but I think the quality, I don't think it's real Damascus on this one, or it is, and it's just very shittily done, dude. Not gonna lie. This one, average hunting knife, feels good in the hands, so I like this one a lot. And then this one is the one for the gut hook, but it's not a full tang, so this is going to be a solid wood handle at the end of the day. Oh, you said, yeah, Peroda, cedar, and Peroda. Okay, so cedar in the middle. Gotcha. Now, do you want to pick a knife blade? Here, let me get this a little out of the way for you, and then you can pick a knife blade. I'll make that knife here in a minute as well. I'm like this guy. I don't know how well you can see those blades there. You can just kind of tell me which one you like. I'm gonna keep this one for a little small skinner. Oh, so it's a little back. There you go. So, is there one of these that you prefer? Like I said, the Damascus would look cool with what you're talking about, and this one feels great on the handle, like the finger holds feels really, really nice. But the quality behind the Damascus isn't the best. The other one was much nicer quality on the Damascus, so I don't want you to be disappointed at the end of the day with the quality of this blade, you know? Yeah, yeah. This is the Ohio knife. This one so these 3 I need to take to, actually I'm gonna get them all sharpened for sure once I'm done with the handles and stuff like that, but these 3 don't have a sharp edge at all right now. They're still flat on the bottom. Okay, Mickey. Mickey. I'm good with whatever knife blank. You know I use my knives for hunting. I primarily use my knives for hunting. Perspective. The knife on the far left. I think that's a good choice, actually. Yeah. It would either, if you were looking for a primary hunting knife, I think it would limit you down to 3 options at that point. This is a skinning knife, is what they said at the end of the day. So that would be pretty cool for you to have. So you've got that one. Depends on what kind of hunting you're trying to do. If you're just trying to become a badass and jump from your tree stand with a knife, I'd recommend this one. Seems like a good kind of Assassin's Creed knife, you know, jump from the tree stand, get them. So there's that. But hunting wise, obviously, gut hook. That's a standard, I think it's a 3.5-inch blade on that one. This one's pretty cool. I might be able to knock off the gold. I'm not a fan of the gold on these guys, so I think this will be the last time that I buy the ones with the gold. I thought that it was the same like this one where the gold was removable. So like here, you know, and I just put it to the side because I don't want it. And I thought that this was going to be the same on these guys, but they are attached. So I think your options would be that, and then this would be like a nice pocket knife, kind of skinning knife as well, or Damascus as well. But these are smaller, so maybe take those out. I don't know if you want that one. Bear hunting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. Which one would you like? You just tell me. Come on, Mike. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll put the Perota, cedar, and Perota. Actually, I can get those woods out and we can start to get that ready. I think, actually, no, I wouldn't say a lot of people in Ohio hunt. I think it's less and less these days. Like out of my friend group, Michael hunts, and okay, cool. And a few of our other friends hunt, but I don't think it's definitely not like everyone hunts. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to get my other good friend into hunting, and he's starting to get down because he didn't get a deer last season. He was like, "Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be going out this year." I was like, "Dude, you got to keep trying because it's hard. It's hard." So let's see for yours. Okay, so this piece will do. And we are going to just use a thin piece of cedar in the middle. Actually, we might just... Mickey will never know the difference between cedar and beechwood, but I have beechwood cut down, so I think I use beechwood, and it's a much nicer contrasting wood, so he'll like that. Okay, that's what we're going to go for. Yeah, and it's already the perfect size. We'll go ahead and do 2 of them. This is going to be like what Michael chose was this Perota wood, which is like a very dense, dark, exotic wood, and it's super beautiful. And we're going to do the cedar. We're going to do beech in the middle, and those 2 are going to contrast amazingly. So I'm going to make this whole strip into that kind of knife. That way I can do 2 different handles out of that. So let's flip this table back around, and then we can get rid of my awesome little setup right here. We can actually just transfer it over. I love that. It's awesome. All right. Man, I'm starting to get messy in here, and I don't like that. I got everything. These are the cutting boards, Michael, that I just, I'm still working on, obviously, to get them. I have to do like the handles routed into it, and then the juice grooves for the meat and stuff like that. But I like them both, but I think this one's going to be like awesome once it's all said and done. Okay. I have chicken. We don't eat our chickens though. We eat the eggs. We don't eat the chickens. Chickens are safe here. In fact, if anything kills my chickens, it's not safe. We had these birds that were stealing our eggs, so I had to end their lives. because I was tired of them. The magpies is what they're called. And yeah, they kept stealing all of our eggs. Every day they would go into the coop and they would just take our eggs. No way, Kimosabi. No way. All right. This is a dense wood, so it's gonna take a second to cut through it. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, beech is gonna be a better wood for it, anyways. It's a well, better. It doesn't matter. I mean, I could do cedar. I have a piece right here that I could rip down. It's actually the same length. I'll do a cedar. I'll do cedar for you since you called for cedar. We'll do cedar. I won't do that to you. Let me cut this guy down real quick. Because this cedar is actually from Cecile's father, from his property that he cut and milled down, and then I milled it down. But he's had this. He built a lot of stuff in his house with this cedar, so you'll get to have a little piece of his belongings from France. So that'll be cool. So I'll give you the cedar. All right. And it was easy enough to get you your cedar. So we'll do that. Okay, let's cut this guy down to the middle. This wood that you chose, though, is just awesome. I love it. All right, so now what we need to do with yours, though, is, yeah, that's going to be a cool knife handle. So yours is going to end up looking kind of like a, darker like on this side with that cedar running through the middle. And we're going to put the handle this way. So the handle on this guy should kind of sit somewhere right about there. Something like that. And then for the plugs, I think we should do you want to do cedar on the plugs that I'm going to put in here? They'll run all the way through. So your knife sits like this, right? And then I'll drill out these holes with the drill press once this is sat in the middle. And I'll dowel some wood into here. So we could do like cedar dowels, or we could do, we could do any kind of dowels. I'm going to cut the dowels myself. Or we just go dowel-less on it, and I think it would be fine as well. Like if this will just be on the inside and filled with epoxy, and you'd never know it was even there. But I can dowel through, and it'll just kind of give some strength to these pieces, So, all right, let's get a little bit of wood glue on these guys then, and get them put together. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any of the metal rivets right now, but what I did on my last one was a wooden dowel through it instead. So I just drilled the same hole instead of, because I didn't want to have the metal look in there. I wanted to just make it like all wood. But I know exactly what you're talking about. I think I'll pick some up from the store next time just to have that variety. But as of right now, it's either, or if you want, I can just do it without them on there, and you could, maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't let you do that. It's easier with a drill press. That's why I say that. If you're gonna do it with a hand drill, you're gonna have slop, I think, and it might not be as clean as you want to at the end of the day. Wood glue clamp. But if you want, one, I could do wood for sure, because that's what we did before. So I could do a wood dowel through, or we can do no dowel if you want to as well. It's definitely an option. All right, we can do that. Perfect. Let's get another clamp. I will see what I think. If I can find some kind of either color that I like or something, or not. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. All right, so I'm just putting some tape on top of the clamps here to keep the glue from getting into it, because I didn't do that the first time or so that I was using these guys, and we could use one more on this. I didn't do it the first time, and glue got into these grooves, and it's a real pain in the ass to get out of them. So now I either use parchment paper or tape. All right, and then after this handle, I am going to clean up this left side, because there's just way too much shit laying around right now. All right. So we got Perota, cedar Perota. This is going to be a good color choice as well. Yeah. The good old finger spreader. Ew. Well, that's a good towel though. Perfect. All right. Give that about 30 minutes or so, and then we can get it cleaned up. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty. That's gonna be pretty. 3 times. Yep, that's gonna be cool. That's gonna make a nice knife handle. All right, put that on the side. And then this is Mickey's knife. Michael Z. Michael Z. All right. Here's your knife, man. Michael Z. All right. So let's take that other knife now. And then once those other people in chat come in from yesterday, Michael, when you were here talking with the others and making their knife blanks, these are the knives that they came up with yesterday. So this is Suzanne's color choice. This one is John's color choice. And this one is Meinhardt's color choice. And they all wanted vertical grains, which is going to be different for me because I haven't done vertical grains in a knife just because I prefer to, I think, have horizontal. So, and then this is the last one, Perota, Purple Heart, and Tatajuba. But today's knife is actually the first one that we've made that is going to be a vertical grain. And I actually think it's going to look really cool with the woods that we have in here, the beech and the Wenge, because the Wenge turns black when you put some oil on it. All right, so those knives are there. Those are good to go. We can put these over here with the other knives. I think this is what's bothering me. Yeah, that looks better already. Anyone else have a hard time working in like a mess? It drives me nuts. Michael, how's your basement coming along? You and Sean ever finish that? Ooh. All right. Do you know if this epoxy, it's been definitely longer than 1 minute, but I don't trust taking it out of there. This is all in French. Power epoxy, express 1 minute. I think it's good to take out of the clamps. It's been way more than 1 minute. It's been at least 20 minutes. I don't trust taking it out until it's like hard, you know. We don't want to risk it. Oh, I should have cleaned up this front earlier. Yeah, that's usually what I end up doing too because I can't work in a mess. Let me get a knife on this guy. Really get that epoxy out of there. Oh yeah, that's the trick. It's a little past midi. Yeah. We should just give it a little more time. Even though it's 1 minute epoxy, this isn't USA made epoxy. Well, it's Loctite. So it's not finished yet? Oy, oy, oy. Get her done. Get her done, Mick. All right, let's just set this to the side and not open it just yet. Be smart, Brandon. Be smart. I don't know how I feel about those gold fronts. I think it's gonna look just fine, but I know I'm gonna scratch it, so we're gonna see. Do my best to protect it, but actually I can just tape it and protect it really well. And then hopefully acetone cleans off the rest. And then we just have some sanding to do. All right, so let me show you guys then, while we wait on this to cure a little bit, I do want to get these cutting boards kind of more situated. So I'll show you guys a little neat trick, well, not trick, but jig. That way, if you guys were to ever make them, you could understand and do it yourselves. We can take the Dremel down for now. I don't need it right now. Cutting boards are fun to make, and they're very relatively easy. Let's just put the Dremel underneath here for now, because we are going to be using that thing in just a minute. Okay. Get rid of our little clamp. All right. So here's our first cutting board, which I think is going to be my least favorite just because of how simple it is, but who knows? It usually turns out to be my favorite when I say that, and my favorite turns out to be my least favorite, but we shall find out. Okay, those knives are spoken for. Let's unplug the... we don't need the sander cord in our way. All right, put these up. Okay, so all of these cutting boards I cut to the same size. Yeah, basements are a lot of work, man. They are a lot of work, but Michael's is pretty simple and straightforward, his basement. Especially with what he's doing. He's pretty much framing out the walls, a little bit around like the water heaters and things like that. And then it's lots of drywall and stuff like that. But there's lots of codes to follow, and all of those kinds of things as well. Especially if, ow! Oh, that hurt. Oh, that feels so good. Just dropped a little part of my jig on my foot. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, a stinger. All right, so, holy shit, that feels good. So what I ended up doing here was for my router, Okay, cool. We've got the juice groove bit on there, so that's perfect. So for my router, for me, on this router, it happens to be, I believe it's 7 centimeters. It's 6 centimeters. So I just found like the area where I wanted the juice groove to go. And once I found that area, I was able to measure from the left side of my router plate to the center, and I found out that was 6 centimeters for me. So I just built these little jigs, and all they are is 2 pieces screwed together with the height high enough to where I can come up and stop against it. So then at that point, all we need to do is put our pieces in. And so we just follow the board around, since I know it's already cut square and everything like that. And then what that allows for, and this is just an extra piece that I will be using when it comes time to route out the handles on the other side. But for right now, we're going to get this guy set in place. I'll drill it in, and then we can come around and route out our juice groove. Super easy. So we just, these are the shitty screws. These are a little better, but yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here, man. So I'll see you in about 20. Okay, so I just get these guys down and just do one at a time. Make sure it's lined up at the end. And this is just a simple way to do juice grooves on all of your boards. Kind of all at the same time, pretty much. Hey, what's up, Jack? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Jack, did you pick out a I don't think you did. Did you pick out a knife blank? Was this remember was this one you? Did you pick one out? I can't remember. I don't know if you chose a color option for the knives or not. I know the other two, but I just can't. You did not. Okay. Well, maybe you can. Maybe it's not too late. Because I have a bunch of different knives, and we can come up with some color options. So I'll show you what we have with other people so far. Where did I just put that one? Right here. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, we'll make you one then, for sure. Let's make you one. All right, so I don't remember whose exactly that was, but so this one is not your average woodworkings. So he went with a tiger wood and a tatajuba, and he wanted the vertical stripes in it. So we're going to do that one for him. And then this one is Suzanne's from Rhinestone. Rhinestone was Suzanne. And then this one is Meinhardt. So this is the tiger wood, Peroda, and Tatajuba. On Suzanne's, it's Purple Heart, Wenge, and Cedar. And then forget whose this was. I think it was the other Jack that comes in here. He chose Perota, Purple Heart, and Tatajuba with the horizontal grain. So those 3 or 4 are going to turn into a knife, and we just need to figure out. Reagan, it's your birthday? Oh my gosh! Happy birthday, Reagan! How old are you now? 4? 5? I think you're 4, right? 4 or 5. You're one of those. Happy birthday, Reagan! That's awesome. I hope you have a great day today and get to play with all the toys. Maybe eat some cake and ice cream and anything you want. Check, check. Ooh. Ooh. So, love you, Mike. Happy birthday, Reagan. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Reagan. Happy birthday to you. Woo! All right, so I'm just checking right now, making sure that everything is equal going around the edges. We are good to go. It's a little too high. Okay, so let's make sure our depth is set properly. And it's not, because right now we have it set for the handles, so I should remember that. So that's set at 30 for the handles. Okay. And then for our juice grooves, we just do a little bit at a time, work our way down. We can do a little more than that. It ain't gonna hurt. Let's start right there. That looks good to me. Yep. Okay. All right. Jack, I'm going to have you pick out some colors too then. I think we should be able to make one for you as well. I have, after those 4 are gone, three more knives to make. So I think we can get you one. All right. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. little deeper now since we have our depth gauge set. I don't want to go all the way because this material can be a little bit rougher to get through. So little passes at a time, you know. I think we'll go, that's pretty good, but to keep consistent with the other one, we're going to go down to that depth that we have. Much better depth. Watch your ears, kiddos. Nice. Much better. Oh yeah. Gonna be nice, nice, nice. Okay. Ugh. Tiny bit longer. We'll see if this one fits. If not, we'll adjust accordingly. Okay. We're so close. There we go. Lock this bench down. So I'm just waiting on some epoxy to cure on one of those knives right now, and then we're going to get right back to the knife making. But while we're waiting, work continues. guess a bad shot real quick, but oh no, I knew I shouldn't have done that. Fucked up, guys. Oops, sorry, Reagan. I messed up. I pooped up. Pooped up. I pooped up, dude. How do we fix that, guys? How do we fix that? I guess we do a wider juice groove on this one. That's about all I can think of. That's why you always run the router in one direction all the way across, you know. I know. But sometimes you're just going and you just slow down. It's not a race. That sucks. I don't know if you guys can see that on there right now, but I decided to bring it back this way. And when I did that, the router grabbed, and because of this wenge being such a hard wood, it pulled it into the wenge. How do we fix this? All right, let's just get the rest of this routed down though, while we think of that. How do we fix that? Anyone know? Anyone know? One more pass to go. I mean, mistakes happen. We just have to fix them. God, it would have been so nice. You guys have any idea on how we fix this area? All I can think of is widening the juice groove, but I really don't want to do that. Wider groove. I hope it looks okay with a wider groove. It might be the only way though. Let's get a it's pretty much 10. Let me show you. So it's right here. So I ended up going back the other direction, trying to get it, and it came in just a hair. And it would have looked so good because the juice groove is right on the edge, you know. But the only thing I can think of to fix this is to just come in for a wider juice groove. But it's already like a, you know, pretty nice size juice groove. It's my thumb size, you know. That sucks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. It would be a large groove then at that point, you know. Why? Why? I think I'll come back to it. I'm gonna think about it. The rest is grooved out, so we'll just go to the last board, and then that'll hopefully that would give the epoxy enough time to do its thing. Perfect. Your inlay skills. So you think I should that's actually not a bad idea. Inlay a piece. Actually, that gives me an idea, which would kind of be the same thing, but what I could do is either one, a patch job of some sort with Wenge, or what I was just thinking, which is also kind of like an inlay, is I can route out a section here and then inlay an entire kind of cross piece, you know, to where it kind of gives it like a pattern in a sense, but is wide enough to cover up that mistake, and then I could just come back and reroute the juice groove. That might be an option, or like you're saying, a patch job, and see how I do. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something. Something's gonna happen. All right, this guy's secured. Let's make sure to just go the right way the entire time. Take our time. Okay. Stop and empty this out, because this I think is my favorite board. The last thing I want to do is that same thing to this one. Nope. Take your time, Brandon. Take your time. I'm going to try that. I think the inlay strip is a good idea. I should really just be using the dust collection on this guy, but I don't know why I didn't. Hey, what's up, Vince? All right. I don't. Actually, I might. This was my little router holder that I made. They're all cheap bits, man. They're not really like the sturdiest, but I've got this V-bit right here. I'm guessing that's what a V-bit is, because it's shaped like a V. So, why do you ask? What could I do with that? Ah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I still think this is going to be my favorite board at the end. Oh, that one's not as stuck as the other one was. This one's going to be pretty. All right, let's check out on his knife, though. So that's 3 of them. And then with this jig, I end up just flipping it around and putting the board back in the middle. And then I put kind of like a top piece in between it. And I use it for my handles as well. So I've been really enjoying just having this simple jig it makes it so quick and easy. All right, let's check out the knife though, and see if that epoxy is set enough to where we can do a little bit of work on that guy, and then we can, if not, we'll jump right back into this guy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that. Nice. I think it's good. I mean, definitely could probably wait a little longer on this epoxy, but I think it's pretty solid already. So this is what we've got so far on the knife. On this one, we're just doing a, so this is kind of how they start off, you know, ugly and very unfinished. But the next step is going to be taking it over to the drum sander, well, my drill press with a drum sander bit on it, and then starting to sand everything down on the backside and on the inside here, and then we'll come back with the Dremel and start to really round everything over and give it an actual nice feel. But that should be a nice contrast on this guy. And so that's beechwood and Wenge. And the beech is white as can be, and the Wenge is black as can be. So the contrast is going to be very, very nice. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do it on some scrap first. That's for sure. Well, excusez-moi. Pardon-moi. Alright, I'm tired of walking on this sawdust. Some of the beauties of being in a garage shop right there, you know, just blowing everything out. All right, so that's another. Yeah, that's the first time. Well, it's not the first time a router has kind of taken over and slipped on me, you know, but first time it happened on a project where I was like, yeah, it's like a bigger-ish project. It's not a big project. I don't know what I'm talking about, man. First time it happened to me on a cutting board, and that sucks. I do like the idea, though, of just kind of taking out material this way, maybe setting up a kind of like a you know, a guide stop block for my router and running it across and doing that for a portion of this, and then inlaying some Wenge at that point. Probably Wenge. I could do something else as well, just to bring a little color pop to it, maybe like a Paduke or something like that, just running across it on this whole side. It would be probably, I mean, I took out a pretty good amount there, so it'd probably be like 1.5 inches. And then I think I'd probably bring it down quite a bit. Maybe half an inch, 3/4 of an inch piece, you know. The other option is that and that might be the easiest option per se, I could always cut this guy out and wedge an entire piece so I have it wrapping around completely, you know, instead of, so as long as I cut this out and wedge the same similar sized piece back in there, we'd be right back where we left off. And then we would have a complete wraparound with whatever piece that we chose, you know. And that might be the easiest, honestly. Just cutting this whole section out, cut a piece of Paduke down, run that through, and then it looks intentional as well, you know. Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. Then we could just, I won't do that to you yet, cutting board, okay? I won't do it to you yet. Yeah, and I think that would be good too. It's what sucks is this is the one that my wife really, really liked. She was like, "Oh, I really like the simple, just Wenge and 2 stripes on each side." I was like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool." And then of course that's the one that I F up. All right, so that's that. We'll leave that for now. We'll keep these out because at some point with this knife, we're gonna have to jump back into finishing off those, finishing off the handles on the cutting boards as well on the bottom, and we use that same jig for that. But for now, we're going to come over to the, come on, there you go, drill press, and do that. We'll get this cord out of the way for you guys, since we're not running power over here right now anyways. Get you adjusted. So, as you can see, we'll probably change this guy out actually real quick. Yeah, there's a ton of options, but I haven't tried the using the V-groove for like an inlay repair kind of thing, so it might be something cool to try out too, instead of just taking the easy way out. Oh no, I knew this day would come. I'm missing my chuck key. Please don't tell me it fell in the trash can, dude. That would be like worst case scenario. Best case scenario is I placed it somewhere and didn't remember, but I don't think so. Fuck. Can't go underneath there, can it? No. Well, I'll be damned. Alright, I'm getting a trash bag and we're taking care of this trash that I should have taken care of a few days ago, I'm sure. How am I going to do this? Yes, the chuck key is missing. Usually it goes right here, and I've been very good about putting it back, so quite shocked. How do I start to digest this trash can? My trash can is like kept like right on the edge of that guy, so I'm guessing that My biggest guess is it's in this trash can, which sucks. It really sucks, but it would be on this left side if it is. Not the Chuck key. Please, I would rather lose anything else. Anything else. This trash can is just filled with debris and dust at this point. Alright, I'm getting the other trash bag. It's happening. Oh. I guess before I dissect this trash can, I should really just check everywhere around the trash can. Oh, yeah. Alright, unfortunately, I think the key is in the trash. It's kind of the most logistical place for it to fall. I'm guessing that I had it sat right here on the edge or something, and I was using the blower, and it found its way into the trash can. So, my bad guys, but I need to find this thing, because I don't want to lose it. I do have a magnet, that might help. Are they magnetic? Would it be magnetic? Because going through this trash can is going to be not as friendly as I'm hoping. I would like to see you cut a pattern as a guide and do a fancy centerboard design inlay. Flower or a logo or something. I would like to do that too. Cut a pattern as a guide and do a fancy Chuck key on a rope. Yeah, I know. It was at this moment he knew he fucked up. Okay, now you got me thinking about inlays, because I might try to do like a cool inlay of some sort, like you're saying. Would be cool to try something new as well, and I think I could do that. Dude, how am I gonna digest? I don't know what this search through. This trash bag is like 95% sawdust from the ground, you know, when I sweep up at the end of the day. How am I gonna feel Chuck in here? I guess it's so heavy it would go to the bottom. All right, that would be one thought. Dude, is it in this trash can? Okay, new plan is going to be, here, let me give you guys a look at what's going on. That way, at least you're not just staring at a drill press that's doing nothing. We'll give you guys the grand view of the shit I'm about to go through. Okay, so I've been transferring majority of the junk into here so far, and I think the plan right now is going to be to kind of get rid of the big stuff. So this thing better be in here. Get rid of the big stuff, sift through the, who knew that this would be a video about digging through trash, right? My thought process here though is if I get all the major stuff out to where it's just sawdust, maybe I can just run the magnet through the sawdust and it'll catch it if it's even magnetic, or I run into it before then. Those are the things I'm hoping for. I also need to watch. I'm doing all this and it's probably like like right here somewhere. I don't think so though. I usually always leave it over there. I'm not bad about that. Magnet. I only have a little magnet left, but I mean, it should do the trick. They're like the rare earth magnets that I used on a couple of projects. So hopefully, like I said, once I get the majority of this big stuff out of here. And I think it would be more towards this left side. Digging for gold, people. Because that's what this key is to me right now. Freaking gold. Look at that. Oh, you guys are going to kill me if you see that I'm throwing away strips of Paduke and Purple Heart. Well, these ones are super, super thin. That one I think we can do something with now. The people are going to be like, oh my god. Like, dude, I got to get rid of some things. Some things ain't worth keeping. Come on, magnet. Dude, there's no way it's this deep down, though. Did I not use my... Okay, we're getting into shavings now. So that's a good sign, right? That means that we might be getting close to a beautiful little 1mm strip of teak. Come on. Okay. At least we're into like the shavings now. Put your magnet in a baggie so you can get all the metal dust off easy. Oh yeah. I don't think I have any metal dust in here though. Oh. They kind of came in this little baggie, but they're not on the inside anymore right now. Well, I guess there's one on the inside. But if I put them together, they don't come apart. I just hope that this key sticks to it. What has my life come to? We will be back in a moment's notice. Dude, if it's not in here, that means that it's just somewhere else in the shop. And that's going to be quite embarrassing. We're going to have to cut the stream. Okay, we're down to like shavings. This is great. It's a strong magnet, so I think it would really click to it as well. Oh, come on. Show yourself. Big old ball of tape. Oh, something. Oh no. I lied, people. I lied. I don't think it's in here. What do I do? She walked away. Yeah, if my wife came out here, I think she'd turn around too. She'd be like, okay, never mind. I'm watching a dude find his shit in the trash bin. It's not in here, my people. Dude, where are you, Chuck? Where are you, Chuck Liddell? Fuck. Fuck. Dude, what did I do with this thing? So it's probably like sitting in freaking plain sight then. There's also a key to the laptop missing. That I'm not so worried about. Fuck. Sorry guys, dude. I hate to do this to you on the live stream. But I need to find it. I really do. I miss it. And you know, I was not expecting to have to look for this thing. Oh my god. Right where I left it. I hate my life sometimes. We got it. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that segment called Digging in the Trash. And let's never do that again. And let's get back to knife making. Tell your wife I'm sorry. Tell her we're back now. She can come back in the room. All right. Oh, yeah. We won't talk about that, right, guys? We'll just leave that. No one needs to know about that. That's no one needs to know. What a freaking dusty ass mess that thing was. Can't believe I just dug through the dirt or dirt trash for nothing. Well, I mean, I can believe it. I can believe it. That I can. All right. So, now that we got the Chuck key, and we will put it back in its rightful home every time. We gotta adjust this guy down a little. I think this is the wrench. Sandpaper started slipping up. Is that tighten? Yeah, it's the reverse on this thing. So to take it off, I need to righty loosey, lefty tighty. It's kind of like a gas piece, I guess. Okay, so I think the sandpaper is still okay. I just, oh, if I could get it down. What's a good way to do this? The rubber is just tight on it. Let's take this off. Take this out. That might be the best way. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Let's try this again. I think the sandpaper is still good to use. I'm gonna start off with like a, no, we'll use this. It should be able to eat through it. Should be able to. What is it? 120? Yeah, that's gonna be fine. All right, that's jerking off. So I want the sandpaper a little lower. Okay, we're getting somewhere. You know, this stuff takes time, people. It just takes time, you know. I can't be freaking fast as can be, Speedy Gonzalez all the time. This is the reality. Alright. You guys see that? Yeah. I know you're proud. I know you are. I'm proud. I think I got a splinter though. I feel it in my finger from digging through that trash. Yeah, there he is. I got a few. What's up, Wenge? Wenge! Oh no. Alright, let's put this thing here before I decide to put that back in there for some reason. Blue tape, protect the blade. Protect the blade! And your fingers, I guess. Okay. 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 Here we go. So this is the knife that pass shows out. So let's go ahead and start to sand it down a little bit. All right. And this Wenge is tough to sand through. It's just tough wood in general. At the beach, no problem. It's not too bad compared to that Wenge. We're getting closer. That's right. That's what cheap shoes are for. Cleaning sandpaper. I am ready. I am excited. I am super excited for it. It's going to be fun. I need to buy some energy drinks though, because I think for me it's going to be like 2 o'clock in the morning. But I'm ready. I'm going to stay up, play some games before, drink some energy drinks, and then meet you guys on the stream. All right, Arpes. We'll catch you later, man. We will catch you later. Yeah, I'm excited about Delane's. It should be a good time. I sent him some photos for the thumbnail, so I wonder which one he's gonna choose, because they were all quite ridiculous, the photos that I sent him. So we'll see if he asks me for another photo or if he chooses one of those ridiculous photos I sent. This Wenge is just so tough to sand through. I might even just sand with the Dremel. The Dremel removes so much more material. And I think I could have enough control with the Dremel. At least to get the majority of it off. Ooh, I'm starting to see some silver. Starting to get into the handle, so that's cool. You can see it getting shiny. Ooh, that's hot though. Shiny but hot. All right, I'm going to take the Dremel to this real quick because the Wenge is really tough, and I think I can just do this with the Dremel and then bring it back here to get that like really smooth matchup, you know? So let's bring our cart back. Let's get all set up, and then we'll Dremel this bad boy instead. Should be better or quicker, at least quicker. That one I can guarantee. And then we can work on the other things later. Got a lot of stuff to be doing. No, I'm excited for Delane's, man. And yeah, I sent him some weird thumbnails. Some with me standing by like all the things that I made and whatnot. But then I sent some like goofy kind of looking ones that are kind of me. So we'll see which one he chooses. I asked him, he's terrible with emailing. Let me tell you right now. I'm going to tell him that. If anyone asks about that on the podcast, I'm going to tell him straight up. He is slow with emails, which I just don't understand for these days, how you can be slow on emails. Because everything's on your phone, so it's not like you don't see it, right? Unless he's old school and he has a click, like a frickin' Razor phone or something like that. All right, let's pop this Dremel back out. We're just gonna do it that way. But he's very, very slow with emails. Man, I just organized this shop yesterday with wood and stuff like that, and I feel like it's already just getting dirtied up again. It just gets dirty so quick, and it's not even that dirty. I just have a lot of stuff laying around right now with the knife blades and things like that, I guess. Maybe that's why I feel like it. Alright, put the magnets up there. Dremel pieces. Okay. Oh, with the Dremel though, I do like to sit on the corner. I think this is going to be a better move to just Dremel this. No, I'm super excited for it. I've told my wife about it 4 or 5 times now already. In fact, I need to see what time it is right now. .304. Cool. And then I should check my emails later and see if Delane's gotten back to me. Doubt it though. Doubt it. It'll be fine. I just had some questions, but none of them were important, honestly. So, we'll see. All right, let's just carve this guy and see how that works out. Just going to use some. I need to get some more sandpaper for the Dremel as well. It'd be nice to have a little kit of this sandpaper for this. All right, let's do this. Put on a mask though. At least for the majority of this, and then we can get over. Also need to buy some smaller, just regular masks. That would help. So I don't have to put on this behemoth every time. I unplugged it. And we were there we go. Now we should be up and running. Okay, let's try this out. Sandpaper coming apart. So, time to switch. Yeah, didn't think so. All right, almost there. So I got the majority down to the blade, and then we'll jump back to the what's it called? Some shop ASMR. Hell yeah, dude. We'll jump back over here real quick, and we'll sand down a little bit more over here. This thing's getting hot, but we're getting there. I'm gonna get a little bit more on that with the grinder, I think, as well. I'm gonna start to round over the edges. Nice. What projects are you working on? Getting there. I think I want to take the orbiter too, so. Get a hand block out. A little hand sanding. Alright, do a little hand sanding. Got enough vibrations in my hands right now. So we'll just get back to a normal view of the workshop. Whoa. All right. Everything's hot right now. Just been running. The metal on this guy is hot. So I just want to do some hand sanding. That way we can chit chat too, if you guys want. This beach is gonna look incredible though. It's awesome. It's got a really cool like X pattern inside of the grain. Yeah, same. Or if I do, it's stupid simple. Feels great. I don't even know what Arch Linux is. Jesus. Yeah, that is crazy. 9 computers. I got one. Really nice one, though. Really, really nice one. That I built for gaming. This thing is starting to come together. I really like that it has the Wenge butt. Nice black butt. I think we did this too soon, my people. Having a little separation in the back. I think the epoxy just gets too hot. Like if you don't just give it enough time, like all night to set, you know, kind of thing. But that's okay, I can always, I'm still gonna put some dowel rods through it, so I was thinking one white and one brown would be cool. And at that time I can try to pry this open and get some more epoxy or something in there. Hmm. Pretty cool so far. Still have a lot of sanding left to do to it though. Like a lot. I'd like to get a CNC one day. One day I will. What time is it? Okay. Holy crap, Jack. Holy crap, Jack. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's so many. That's really nice so far. I'm gonna wipe it down, show you guys real quick, because I don't have too much time left here today. So we should have let the epoxy sit longer, even though it was 1 minute epoxy. And the problem is I think what's happening is that when I sand it and like crazy, like this metal was so hot to where like I could barely even touch it, and I think it just bakes that epoxy. But I still have to drill my holes and put my dowel rods through anyways. So at that time I'm going to try to pry this apart more and get some more epoxy in there. But right now I like those color choices. I just sanded it down just a little bit. I still have a lot of sanding left to do, but I'm not going to be able to get to all of it today. But you can see that grain on here, dude. That's pretty cool. I'm just wiping it down with acetone right now. That's going to be cool. It's like super, super simple, but beautiful at the same time. I think that's going to be a nice little knife. And it feels nice in the hand, like perfect size and everything. But we got a lot of work left to do to this guy. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It was RPass who chose out the color scheme and stuff like that. So, but like I said, I need to get some more epoxy back in this back end. I'm a little worried about that. Might do that now. Maybe even CA glue would be good to shove down in there. Still a lot of sanding left to do. Thanks, Jack. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more knives to make. That's awesome. I'm a big fan of that. It's gonna be beautiful. I am gonna drill 1, 2, 3, maybe 3. 3 pegs or pins through this guy as well. I also need to get like a normal file. I don't have a file on this shop, which is crazy to say, but I don't have one. And I need to get one. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Yeah, I built my first computer ever. I think it's 4 years ago now. 4 years ago? Back in 2025 years? 4 years ago. It might be like 4 years ago. I think when I built my PC, and I love to game, and then I use it for YouTube and things like that as well, but primarily gaming. And I used it for my business as well when I had that, but it's a gaming PC for sure. And that's what I built it for. Nice. I got my birthday coming up July 30th. Hey, your birthday's one day before mine. I'm July 30th. Both Leo. Leo the Lion. King of the jungle, baby. King of the jungle. So much sanding. Yeah. I turn 31. 30, no, 32. 32 on this July. 32. Yeah, it would be 32. I'm so bad with my birthday. I have to ask my wife all the time how old I am. I always forget. She's a cougar. She's 7 years older than me. It's funny. And when life goes on, it proves to be true. That's funny. And a toy boy. Yes, sir. I'm a fixer-upper. A toy boy. I'm gonna tell my wife you said that. That's funny. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's gonna happen to me at some point here. All right, I think I've had enough sanding for today. Not bad. Not bad. I like it. Let's take this tape off so we can kind of see what the damage is that we've done. That should be pretty cool. I really do like this combination of colors on here. Just want to see what it looks like, so I'm gonna take the tape off so I can just put some new tape on it. Uh-oh. Did I lose you guys? Uh-oh. Did I lose you guys? Or you still got me? And is it just my laptop? You guys still there? My laptop's circling. This laptop that I have needs to go in the trash. I really just want to put some oil on this guy just to see it right now. I'm gonna sand. I still have a bunch of sanding to do to it, but what's the fun in that? I want to see what it looks like right now and get an idea of what color pegs to push through it. What's up, JR? How's it going? The knife blades came in, so we're making some of those. All right, that's cool. That's like a very classical kind of, you know, knife, like this standard black and white look. Looks very hunter-esque. So I have a lot of sanding still left to do on this one, and then I think I'm gonna do a white peg going through here and maybe 2 blacks going through there to keep that contrast going. But other than that, just more sanding to do on this guy. And then, yeah, that's a pretty cool knife, and it feels really, really nice in the hands right now. So that part's awesome. And got a nice little spot on this blade for your thumb. So that's cool. John, did you yeah, I'm excited for Delane's. Did you pick out a wooden handle color? I think you did, right? Did you choose the Peroda, Purple Heart, and Tata Juba? Was that you? Was it you? Was it you? I think you picked out a handle, right? Did you make one by chance? Well, did you decide on this one? I'm trying to figure out who decided on these colors right here. These 3 going together for a knife handle. Oh, you didn't make one? Shoot. Well, I have more. So I got a bunch of knife blades. Some of them are crazy. Check out how freakishly. All right. So there's this one, which is it's a small knife, but it's a skinning knife. So it's like pretty cool for skinning, I guess, but it's small. I mean, you can see it fits in my hand, and it came in three. It was a 3-pack, and it came in 3 different sizes. So there's this one, and then there's this one, which is going to be my buddy's knife, so medium size. This one feels good in the hands, so that's a decent size. And then there's this monster. It's so big, dude. I don't even know how could they consider this a skinning knife, This thing is just a monster, dude. Like, it's like 3 of my hands. It's gigantic, dude. Why would, what is this even? It's freaking crazy. Making ducks. What the duck? Dude, this knife this is actually really cool. I like this color on here. Got a lot of work to do on this one. I need to get a file so I can get into this tight spot right here and clean it up. That's cool though. Right? Yeah, a machete maker. Dude, I was not expecting it to be that big on that one that came in. That was crazy. All right, so now the question is, where do I store these things when I'm not working on them? Because I have so many knife blades. Got a bunch of cool ones though. Gonna get cleaned up, guys. Yeah, so we got this freaking monster blade. I mean, that's as big as my sanding pad. That's just crazy. That's crazy. And then we got like little tiny little guys, I don't even know what they're used for. If they're like little kids' knives or something, because they're small. So there's definitely one that's been my favorite so far. And it's just this standard kind of. But I don't know if I'm going to order from this company again. They weren't the best quality, but they were the best price, I'll tell you that. So it all makes sense, And this one's going to go on to Michael's blade. Oh, which can probably come out of the clamps now. I think it's been in there long enough. Yeah, so earlier today, guy on the stream, my friend from Ohio, chose, he wanted to do Perota with cherry and Perota again. So just straight Perota and a cherry middle. So we're going to make him a knife handle out of this as well. But not today. Today we're going to get cleaned up. I did quite a bit today. And I made quite a mess today, that's for sure. Lots of cutting and yada yada yada. That one's going to be pretty though. I'm excited for that one. I think it's going to be important though to drill the pegs through. I don't know. So I just got like all these knives though, and I'm hoping to just make the handles for them and then see if people are interested in them at the markets as well, you know. So we'll see. This could be a completely failed experiment, but at least I got to make some cool looking knives, you know. So I also this week I need to make the video for the knives I made out of the all wood. So those have got to I've got to make those as well. Dude, this thing is a monster. Damascus. And then I need to make a piece to show off these knives. And I think I'm going to do that by using like a magnet board, making it out of maybe like a piece of walnut or something like that. Dangerous pieces here. Alright, let's get these jigs put away. We'll bring those out again tomorrow because we will cut the handles. We need to figure out if we can do like an inlay of some sort on that guy, or if we choose the easy way out. Did I put my chuck key back? Looks like it. Yeah. Let's just forget that completely happened. What a waste of what 15 minutes that was. Jesus. I really thought that was the only place it could be. Was the trash. Three boards. That's nice. Yeah, I could have swore we were gonna find it in that trash can, man. I was convinced. But then we started getting lower and lower, and I was like, oh my god, it's not gonna be here. Because I was fairly certain I just recently used it, you know? So I was like, it can't be this low. Getting cleaned up. Shop's starting to come a little better. Everything's gonna be looking together. Yum. Gotta love it when you wipe your face and you just get more sawdust in it than you were trying to get off of it. That was gross. Is that Wenge? Wenge and Paducah? Yep. Maybe. Maybe that's a little purple heart. Maybe. Who knows? What's up, Burning Table? That's a cool name, dude. Burning Table's Forge. What it do? You a metal worker? That bad boy away. You're a bladesmith? I got all kinds of questions for you. Hold on. All right, so these are very cheap blades, by the way, just to let you know. So don't hate. But I recently started making some like knives and things like that because I have like a bunch of scrap wood that I'm always trying to figure out what to do with, and making the knife handles was like a good way to kind of burn up that scrap. So today we just made this one. But I'm not a big fan of the brass kind of whatever it's called kick plate thing. But they came attached to this blade. One, is there a simple way of like removing them from the blade? So that's my first question. Is there a nice way for me to just kind of get rid of that, or should I just work with it? And if that's the case of working with it, when I sand it down, do I like what grit would you go up to and stuff like that on sanding this brass piece down in order to get it back to being just completely shiny at that point, you know? And then this one was one that I just recently made out of all wood. So that's kind of what started this whole endeavor of burning up the scrap wood and making a cheese knife out of this guy. So, bolster. That's what this is called, a bolster. So this one came with the gut hook knife. So I'm a big time hunter, deer hunter and pig and stuff like that here in France with my bow and arrow. And so this one came with this, and I was like, okay, cool. My guess then is that they're all removable because in the picture it showed it on or off. But on these guys, they are not removable. They're on there. So I was like, damn. Because I'm not a big fan of the gold bolster. Okay, yeah, I can heat it up. I'll try that. Because, like I said, these are not great quality. They're not pinned. So if that's the case, like you're saying, some solder, which means that I can just heat this up and pull it off. So I think I'm definitely going to do that because I like to have just the silver and the wooden handles. Yeah, this one's cool. And then I also have this one, and I think I'm gonna make more as well. So this one is the let's see if that. So this one's made out of purple heartwood, Paduke wood, and a cherry wood. And then this one's made out of Wenge, which is the one that like kind of gives it that Damascus look, if you ask me, which is sweet. And then Perota and also the cedar wood. But they're just cheese knives. So I'm gonna make a full video on how I made these. Hopefully this week. I was trying to get to it this week, but I'll at least start it this week on making that video for those guys. Wrap the blade with a wet cloth so you don't ruin the heat treats. Yeah, and the Wenge is a good choice for it too, I guess, because it It's like very hard wood, obviously. So I like the Wenge, and the contrast it gets when you put some oil on it is crazy. And then this one, is there a way of telling? Because I'm pretty positive that this one is not real Damascus. The first Damascus blade that I like turned into a knife um, was like 6 times the cost of this guy, and it was way nicer quality. So now I'm like kind of skeptical on on this one being real Damascus or not, because I don't know, it feels, this one is just, it just feels cheap, man. Which it is. It was cheap. I'm not, yeah, it was cheap, but it just doesn't feel great, you know. It looks cool, but is there a way of telling if it's real Damascus? I mean, like I said, I'm guessing it's not for the price that I paid on this thing. We'll take it easy, man. We'll talk to you soon, all right? And if not, I'll see you on Thursday on the podcast. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and that's where these bad boys came from this time. The last time they were a different steel, but yeah, I can tell that this time the company that I ordered from, way cheaper, obviously, but huge difference in the quality. So, but I was able to buy a lot of them to just play around with it, which is the cool part for me. So I was able to get a lot of blades for, I think I paid 120 euros for all of these blades. So yeah, dirt cheap. And the one that I got before was just by itself like 60 something for just one blade. But that's a gift for my father-in-law, so I spent a little bit more money on it. But and that was still a cheaper price too at the 60 something price range. But I think this is the last time that I buy from this company, and I would rather pay more and get a better quality again. So that's, I think, what's going to happen next time. But lesson learned, and they're still going to make cool knives, you know. They're just, you get what you pay for kind of thing, and this is the classic example of that, you know. So next time we're going to pay a little more. Yeah. But I think it's a good start. Good start, you know. Yeah, exactly. Got to start somewhere. And I didn't want to spend, 600, because I want to see how they even perform at the local markets here that we have. So I don't want to spend all this money on making knives, like, and trying to just burn through my scrap wood when I don't even know if they're going to sell well and those kinds of things. So this is just a perfect place to start, and I think that I'm going to kind of do some like live giveaways kind of things, and these would be perfect little things for that as well. So, yeah, yep. I'm in Bordeaux, France. Bordeaux, France. Yeah. So I like to do like lots of woodworking projects and things like that on my channel. So like right now I'm working on these cutting boards. So I just have to cut the handle portions for them, or route them in, I should say. And then I need to do final sandings, hand sandings, all that kind of stuff, and then oiling, chamfering edges, all that. But so far, pretty cool on this one. I like this. It's a Paduke, teak, and beechwood for this one. And then I have a couple other ones with the Wenge, So this one's just Wenge and beech wood, but the beech has got this really cool grain going through it. So when I put some oil on this one, it's going to be really, really nice. And I made a little mistake here with the router. I had it kick out on me. So I think I'm going to do some kind of repair, obviously, to it. We just haven't figured that one out yet. If I'm going to cut it out and do another piece of Wenge or Padauk or something like that, a contrasting color, and run it this way instead, I don't know. But got to fix that little nit bit right there, little bit. Got cutting boards, knives, egg holders, phone stands, just all kinds of different things that we make on the channel. And by we, I mean me. Hell yeah, absolutely, man. That's cool. That's awesome because I'm really enjoying making knives right now. Like it's been a fun time to make the knife handles, and so I think I'm gonna continue doing it because I have a lot of like smaller pieces of wood, and they're just perfect for making these knife handles. So definitely in the plans to make more, but I want some more quality blades as well too for the next times. Alrighty. Actually, we're just gonna leave this guy here today because we're right back in the shop later, and I don't need to. I'm tired. I don't want to clean up today. All right, guys. Well, it's time today, man. It's time. It's time. My wife's picking up the daughter, and they're gonna be home in just a minute. And yeah. So today we were able to route out some of the cutting boards. We built one knife that's almost done, so that's cool. And what else did we do? We made a knife handle as well, and we dug through the trash. That took a lot of time. We did that. Don't tell anyone. And we found the chuck key, and it wasn't in the trash. And yeah, so all right, guys. Well, oh, and I sanded all those cutting boards. That's what I did today. I was like, why does it seem like I did nothing? But I took care of cutting down the cutting boards into their final dimensions before I started the live and everything like that, and did its rough sanding and prep work and all that kind of stuff. Makes sense now because I didn't get on live until a little later. So yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'm about to head off. So I will see you soon. Jack, take it easy. We'll see you soon. And everyone else, thanks for stopping by. And we'll see you soon. If I don't see you soon, it'll be on Delane's podcast. We'll see you then. Peace.